Well, this will be Trump's 7th appearance in a general election presidential debate, and Harris's first. And with election day less than 2 months away now, tonight's debate could shake up a very tight race. It's already had a lot of surprises, should we say.
Harris says she is ready. She's been preparing for days with mock debates in Pittsburgh, complete with stage and TV lighting, along with the same stand-in for Trump that Hillary Clinton used in 2016.
Well, for his part, the former president says he's had less formal but extensive debate prep sessions over the weekend at his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida.
Tonight's debate will be held at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia in the critical battleground state of Pennsylvania.
Like the last debate between Trump and President Biden in June, there will be no audience in the venue tonight, and the candidates' microphones will be muted while the other one is talking.
For more on what's at stake tonight, let's bring in Meet the Press moderator Kristen Walker and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, first of all, latest polls showing this thing is super tied up right now.
Call it a jump ball, call it a dead heat, call it virtually deadlocked.
So does this break it up?
Yeah, pick your cliche, it may. And that's why this is so critical tonight. Because you look at the viewership, first of all, tens of millions of people may be watching. We talk about the convention being these moments for prime time, high profile viewership. Twice as many people watched that first presidential debate when it was President Biden up against former President Trump back in June. So we are talking maybe upwards of 50 million people coming out and watching this. And about 3 in 10 Americans, according to the most recent polling, say that what happens tonight could make a difference in how their decision-making goes for the vote come November. 3 in 10 Americans also say they need to learn more about Kamala Harris. Only about 1 in 10 feel the same about former President Trump. So especially for the vice president tonight, we have an opportunity to tell those voters who she is, to define herself before Donald Trump does it for her.
Yeah, do debates matter? Ask former President Biden. If they matter, think about where we were in late June. It was Biden and Trump in the race. We all know what happened in that debate. Now, the rules that were set for that debate are the rules that will govern this debate, Kristen, which we just mentioned, some of the more notable ones. Their opponent's mic will be muted when the other person is speaking, no audience. Who wanted these rules and who do they benefit?
Here's the irony. President Biden, when he was at the top of the ticket, his campaign argued for these rules, for the mics to be cut for no audience. Now, it is Vice President Kamala Harris who is arguing to actually unmute the mics. Why? Because they say they want her to be able to interject, to fact check if needed. There's also an argument that, boy, having those mics muted allows former President Donald Trump, who sometimes likes to have some crosstalks and some things under his breath, to look a bit more presidential. So the question tonight, I think, about optics is also substance. Former President Trump will be engaged in personal attacks. His allies are urging him to stay focused on policy. For her part, Vice President Kamala Harris, for all the reasons that Hallie just mapped out, so many people still say they want to know more about her. A lot of questions about how a Harris administration would differ from a Biden administration and some of those policy pivots that we saw from when she first ran for president back in 2019.
Well, as mentioned, this debate is taking place in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. It's being hosted by ABC News. We will simulcast it in its entirety. Tom Yamas is there in the so-called spin room where people can gather, the surrogates gather before and after the debate. Tom, set the scene for us.
Hey, good evening, Savannah. Yeah, we are in the spin room right here, where tonight the campaigns will burst in here, declaring their candidate won the debate. You may remember it was here in the debate spin room where Team Biden took some time to enter after that disastrous debate as the campaign went into damage control in Atlanta about 11 weeks ago. We hope to see some of the biggest surrogates, maybe campaign managers, maybe the candidates themselves. You never know. The debate is being held, as you mentioned, at the National Constitution Center. It's just across from Independence Hall with Liberty Bell here in Philadelphia, of course, in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. So let's take you inside the debate hall now and show you the stage where this debate will be taking place. And Savannah spoke about some of this. So this is your traditional one-on-one presidential debate, right? Both candidates standing. Former President Trump will be on the left side of your screen. Vice President Harris on the right side. We'll explain why in just a moment. The debate will be about 90 minutes with 2 breaks. There will be no opening statements. Each candidate will be given 2 minutes to answer the moderator's questions, 2 minutes for rebuttals if needed, and 1 minute for follow-ups. Again,
Look,
if
it's fine. Don't worry about it.
the virtual coin toss, so he's opted to speak last during the closing statements. That's really important. Because of that, Vice President Harris got to choose her position, which again is on the right hand of your screen. As for the rules tonight, there are a handful of them. We've spoken about a couple of them. They are very important. Mics are muted when the other candidates speak. There is no audience, but there is a group of journalists observing the debate, known as the pool. There can be no interaction with staff during these breaks. The candidates will be given water, a pen, and pad of paper. You can't bring props or notes. There will be a giant timer just above the candidates' timeline so they know exactly how much time they have. And you may notice another thing. The candidates are nowhere near the same height. The podiums will be slightly different. And something to look out for, the first few seconds of this debate. Here's why. This will be the first time both candidates meet each other for the first time ever, or as the kids say, Savannah Lester, IRL.
In real life. For the old folks like us at home, we'll define it. Thank you very much, Tom.
All right, Garrett Hagan's been covering the Trump campaign and joins us now. Garrett, I know you had a chance to speak to the former president today. What was your takeaway?
Yeah, Lester, I talked to him on the phone. The former president seemed to be in a good mood. I think he was very eager to get to this stage after what I'm told was a fairly intense last couple of days of preparation, although his weeks of preparation were less structured, certainly, than what the vice president had been doing. I asked him what he thought would be the challenges of debating the vice president. He talked to me about the fact that he believes some of her policy positions have changed in a way that makes it hard for her to know exactly what she'll defend and what she won't. His campaign's solution for that, they tell me, is basically to take whatever they think is the most liberal, the most out of the mainstream position that the vice president has ever taken in her career, and argue that that's her real position, regardless of what she says on the debate stage tonight. And Lester, I say that's the plan, because as always with Donald Trump, I think there is the plan, and then there is what he decides to do on the fly, on the debate stage. Here tonight, something none of his advisors can tell us for sure.
All right, Garrett Hagan, thanks very much.
I believe we're joined now by Laura Trump, who's the co-chair of the former president's campaign. She, of course, is also his daughter-in-law. Ms. Trump, good morning. Good evening. It's good to see you. Who knows what time it is? I mean, yep, it's like a casino. There's no clocks. Old habits die hard. It's nice to have you with us tonight. Let's pick up where Garrett just left off. A lot of advisors, we're told, have said to your father-in-law, behave yourself, just play it straight, don't be the true social Donald Trump, and be the guy that looks presidential. Is that the advice that you've given him, and do you think he'll take it? Well, he took it on June 27th in the debate against Joe Biden, and I think if anybody had any question, how can Donald Trump perform in a debate? That was a knockout punch. Joe Biden is no longer the nominee for the Democrats, I would say specifically because of that debate. So, look, Donald Trump knows exactly what he needs to do, Savannah. Whenever he goes into this debate this evening, this is about talking about how the American people's lives were while he was in office and how their lives are right now. And he has to make sure people are reminded that Kamala Harris has had the opportunity for nearly 4 years to do a whole host of different things, many of them she's talked about in the past several weeks. And I think the major question is, why do you have to wait? Why aren't you doing these things now? And he has to kind of expose Kamala Harris, I think, for who she really is, because America, by and large, does not know a lot about her. She's only done, of course, one interview thus far. So I think he's going to be calm, cool, and collected. I think everybody's going to be very impressed today.
Well, typically in these things, both sides will claim victory, but at the end of the day, internally, what is a home run for Donald Trump today?
I think it's him having the opportunity to directly engage with the American people and truly call Kamala Harris out for some of her very radical past. She has seemed to change her tune very recently on a lot of things, and it does beg the question, who is Kamala Harris and what is her plan for the future of this country? I think if he lays out what he did while he was president for 4 years and what he plans to do to rectify a lot of the damage that, quite frankly, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have caused in this country, I think that is a great success, and I think that we're going to see that happen tonight. Well, Nikki Haley, who of course was a rival of your father-in-law's in the primary, said that part of the reason that Donald Trump is trailing among women voters in particular, women voters that he very much needs in order to prevail in this election, is because of the way that he and his running mate J.D. Vance speak to women. She said, when you call even a Democrat woman dumb, Republican women get their backs up too. Stick to the policies, leave all the other stuff. I mean, it's interesting because you say he knows how to be calm, cool, and collected on a debate stage. But at this point, for better or worse, voters know him, and they know what he says on Truth Social, and he knows the names that he calls, and he knows some of the innuendo that I couldn't even repeat here on air that he makes about his running, his opponent here. So how does that play into your concerns about this election?
Well, listen, I think Donald Trump is incredibly transparent, and I believe that that is something that's important for a leader in this country. Look, we had 3.5 years, Savannah, of people saying, what's going on with Joe Biden? And Kamala Harris was one of the many people who lied about his state. We need transparency in our leaders, and you don't have to love everything about Donald Trump. Quite frankly, he himself said, you don't even have to like me. But when you are talking about someone who is going to have the policies that's going to make your life less expensive, that is going to secure our southern border, that's going to keep us safe, that is going to get us out of wars, not into wars, those are the policies that people need to hear about. And that's what I think people should be basing their vote on. And it's our job at the RNC and the campaign to relay that to
Just to be clear, I mean, that policy debate absolutely is fair game and should happen. What I'm talking about is stuff he puts on Truth Social where he calls her dumb or not that smart or not as good looking as him, or makes a sexual innuendo about how she attained her position in politics, that kind of thing.
Well, Donald Trump is very good looking. He'll be the first to tell you that. But I really ultimately think that, you know, whenever people are more focused on that than they are their everyday life, I think that's a hard thing to try and sell to people whenever they go to the grocery store and they can't buy as much for their families, whenever they go to fill their gas up to their gas tank and they can't fill it up as much. Ultimately, I think that elections come down to kitchen table issues. And again, you don't have to love everything about him. You might not even want to hang out with Donald Trump, but whenever you look at your life and the future for this country, you know between these two individuals, you cannot survive 4 more years of what this country has just been through. And that is exactly what a Kamala Harris administration would be. Donald Trump's policies worked. They made life better for people all across this country. They kept us safe. And he will do it again with 4 more years in the White House.
Robert Trump, thank you for being with us. Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who is covering Vice President Harris's campaign. What's the view from there?
Well, Lester, let's start with some news reporting into NBC News. According to 3 people familiar with their conversations, Kamala Harris and the former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, the 2016 Democratic nominee, have spoken within the last several days, where Clinton provided Harris advice and guidance as the only other woman to do a debate like this, one-on-one with Donald Trump in the past. Among that advice, we're told specifically that Clinton told Harris that Trump may try to debate her during the course of the conversation that we've witnessed in the past, and specifically said that if that happens, then she should turn it back on Donald Trump himself and try to provoke him directly. One thing to keep an eye on as we anticipate these two on stage a short time from now. We're told that Clinton and Harris have spoken several times over the course of the last several months since she became the Democratic nominee. We've also been hearing from those in and around the Harris preparations for this debate, telling us, among other things, that she had a series of mock debate sessions, many of them happening here in the state in Pittsburgh. In the course of that time, they had TV lighting. They had, so she could have the real experience and stage on which she would stand. But she has watched some debate clips of Donald Trump in the past to prepare herself for what she may anticipate tonight. We're also hearing now from her husband. Of course, he is the second gentleman of the United States. Could be the first gentleman if he wins. Well, if she wins, well, we heard from him in the form of a tweet a short time ago where he said in part, and I'll pull it up to read to you, Kamala, I can't wait for everyone to see you in action tonight. You've got this, and I've got you. Earlier in a separate post, he said that she is ready. He could tell it by looking into her eyes, and said that she could smell weakness and knows how to confront a coward. Her campaign, her aides are hoping that her experience as a former prosecutor will benefit her tonight the same way that she prosecuted some of those Supreme Court nominees in the past. Brett Kavanaugh, one that becomes very readily familiar as people look back at her experiences in the Senate, that she'll be able to prosecute the case against Donald Trump tonight. All things to keep an eye on as we get started here on Historic Evening Philadelphia.
All right, Peter, thank you. For more, let's bring in North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, who is a surrogate for the Harris campaign. Governor, it's good to see you. So 60% of voters, nearly 60%, incumbent vice president. How do you make the argument that she's a change candidate when she's been in office for 3.5 years?
Well,
Well, first, the record that she and Joe Biden have established as president and vice president are bringing change to this country with investment in high-speed internet, fighting prescription drug costs, expanding health insurance, investing in infrastructure. Those things are long generational investments that are changing America, and that's a good thing. But she's also laid out her own economic plan. She sees that people are facing higher costs. She understands child care, unlike Donald Trump, who clearly doesn't have a clue about child care, and neither does J.D. Vance, who thinks that grandparents and uncles and aunts should look after children. She wants to reinstate the child care tax credit. She wants to help small businesses instead of big corporations. So I think she can lead tonight. She can lead with her path for a new way forward and really bring a lot of people who have been disaffected, who really haven't voted the last few times. I think that she can excite them. History is going to be made this year, and North Carolina voted for Barack Obama in 2008. We're going to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024 and make history again.
Governor, let me ask you, in a recent interview, Harris seemed to shrug off some of the personal attacks that Donald Trump has levied her way, calling it from the playbook of the past. Will she have to take on these things more directly in this debate setting tonight?
Well, it'll be interesting to see that in the middle of all of his word salads and lies, which we know are coming, whether he hurls insults at her while she's there in person. We'll see if he does. I suspect that she will brush them off pretty quickly and head into making sure she's putting meat on the bones of her policy, telling the country about the direction that she wants to take it, making sure that we shore up the middle class, making sure that the tax breaks go to the middle class and not the billionaire friends of Donald Trump. She's going to distinguish herself from Donald Trump in a strong way, and I think those insults, whether they come or not on the stage, she'll go right past them and make sure she's sticking to the issues that the American people will care about.
You know, it's interesting you say that because today on debate day, the Harris campaign released an ad seeming to want to goad Donald Trump with a clip from the campaign, the convention. Let me roll you a little portion of this.
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems. Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd. This weird obsession with crowd sizes.
Interesting, because everybody says they want to talk about policy, and then everyone kind of gets down in the dirt a little bit, and that turns voters off. So why do you think this is effective, and are you sure it's not going to make people think, well, this is just more of the same?
Well, look, there are a lot of ads in this campaign, and a lot of them are about her policies and her backgrounds. Her background. She's not going to let this distract her there. She's not going to take any crap from Donald Trump on that stage today. She is a prosecutor, and she's going to make sure that she gets her points across. But she's not going to be distracted by the name calling. I think it is turning off America, and it may be one of the reasons why the Harris campaign chose to run such an ad, reminding people that this is really what Donald Trump is all about. It's all about him and his narcissism, and every decision that he makes comes back to whether it will advantage him or not. And when Kamala Harris talks about how she gets up every morning wanting to do good things for the American people, I think people will see the real difference. This is a race about character, too. This is a race about the soul of our country, and people are going to be making that decision. This debate will be a time tonight to make some decisions for people. I hope that we can bring in people who haven't been involved in the process that much in the past. More than half of our volunteers the first couple of weeks in North Carolina were first-time volunteers. We've got a lot of first-time donors to the campaign. You can go to KamalaHarris.com and contribute to the campaign. So we're excited. We think tonight will be a big night. We'll see what happens.
All right. Governor, thanks so much for spending time with us this evening. We appreciate it. We're going to get back to politics in a second, but we do have some breaking news in the South we're following, where Francine just strengthened into a Category 1 hurricane that's storm barreling toward Texas and Louisiana with life-threatening conditions expected along the Gulf Coast. Francine expected to make landfall tomorrow with the New Orleans metro area under a hurricane watch. Al Roker is tracking the storm. Al, what can we expect?
Well, we are looking for some really serious weather over the next 48 hours along the Gulf. Right now, it's 350 miles southwest of Morgan City, Louisiana, 75-mile-per-hour wind, so it's just barely a Category 1. But we're not worrying about the categories. We're worrying about the impacts. We're talking about hurricane warnings right now throughout much of Louisiana. New Orleans under a hurricane watch. Tomorrow, sometime around 5, 6 o'clock, we're expecting the worst conditions around 6 to Thursday at 2 a.m. in New Orleans, where we're expecting 3 to 6 inches of rain or more, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and isolated tornadoes as well. Now, as the system pushes onshore, this is what we're talking about. Don't worry about categories. Impacts. Baton Rouge could see 95-mile-per-hour wind gusts. These winds, we're looking at power outages, damage to homes, and with that wind, the dangers. This is where the most deadly effect is. The storm surge from central Louisiana to Grand Isle, about 10 feet of surge, 4 to 7 feet as you move further to the east, 3 to 5 feet in New Orleans, and heavy rain. This area has already seen a lot of rain in the last 7 days. Well, they're going to get anywhere from 2 to 4 inches per hour falling. That means more likely we're going to be seeing very severe flooding and storm totals, guys, upwards of 12 inches, especially along the southern Gulf. But as we get into the Mississippi River Valley, 3 to 5 inches as well possible. The only silver lining there is that the water levels from the Mississippi are really down. They're worried about shipping, so this could help. But those folks right along the Gulf are in harm's way.
We'll see it bright and early tomorrow, Al.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, on the Today Show. Thank you.
And we're going to take a short break here, but still ahead tonight, we'll show you the biggest debate moments of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump as they gear up to debate each other and meet in person for the very first time. It's coming up right after this.
and VP debates.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well,
I'm speaking.
Harris, no stranger to the stage. From early in her career, she took Senate run in 2016 when her opponent awkwardly dabbed.
So there's a
Something
clear
good to me.
difference between the candidates in this race.
And I think the voters will make that decision.
Allies point to Harris's past as a prosecutor and arguing her experience helps shape sharp arguments.
Whatever the Vice President is claiming the administration has done, clearly it hasn't worked.
And Harris drawing on her personal background, like in this key exchange in the 2020 primary with her future boss.
You also work with them to oppose busing. And, there was a little girl in California who was put in the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
But Harris has had to play defense too, like in another debate that cycle, accused of hypocrisy for shifting to a more progressive position in a crowded primary. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
Where? It's Marvin.
For his part, Mr. Trump has more debate experience as a presidential nominee, 6 in all, most recently in June, a showdown that ultimately ended President Biden's presidential run.
We finally beat Medicare. Who's ready to beat Medicaid, beat it to death.
Their first ever debate in 2020, notable just as much for what Mr. Trump didn't say when asked if he'd condemn white supremacists.
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace. Then do it, sir. Do it. Say it. You want to go on? What do you want to call it? Give me white supremacists and white supremacists and white Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by.
Then candidate Trump's first debate against Hillary Clinton in 2016 still holds the record for the most watched ever, 84 million viewers. At later face-offs, the two sparring over foreign policy and Russia's Vladimir Putin. Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear it's Mr. Trump memorably looming behind his opponent on stage. At other points, delivering personal attacks.
Such a nasty one.
And earlier in the Republican primaries, responding to a crass insult about the size of his hands.
Look at those hands. Are they small hands? I guarantee you there's no problem.
Now, tonight, Vice President Harris hoping to make good on past pledges.
I wiped the floor with him.
But according to the rules of this debate, it's former President Trump who will get the last word.
We're going to make it great again.
Now, some of those moments that you just saw may be mitigated by the rules we've been talking about at tonight's debate. Think about those mics muted when it's not each candidate's turn to speak. That may cut down on some of that overtalk or interruptions, if you will. There's also, of course, the rule that each candidate must stay behind their microphone. No stage wandering a la 2016. Lester, Savannah.
All right, thanks so much, Hallie. For more on what we can expect from both candidates tonight, let's bring in President Biden's former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki and Donald Trump's former Deputy White House Press Secretary Hogan Gidley. Good to have both of you here today. Jen, let me start with you. I think it's fair to say a lot of Democrats were rattled by those latest New York Times Siena poll numbers. Is part of the Vice President's mission and task tonight to reassure Democratic voters that all is well?
I think it's part of the mission, but the other part of the mission is to think about that 28% and that same poll of people who want more information about her. So what's tricky about this, Lester, if you're the vice president, is a lot of Democrats out there have been waiting for somebody to eviscerate Donald Trump. They might, progressive Democrats and other Democrats who might be rooting for that. That is not the right strategy for the totality of this debate, because that 28% who want more information, who want to know more about her positions, that may not be what they're looking for.
But she has the most to gain or lose because she has 30% roughly of the electorate that's still curious. Hogan, as I bring you in here, Donald Trump, I mean, for better or for worse, it's a very calcified, set in stone opinion that people have. Like, some will love him, some do not love him. So what is his number one job tonight?
I think what he's going to try and do is make people remember his record while he was president, and then what Kamala Harris is going to try and do is make people forget her record as vice president. People remember they could afford gas and groceries just a few short years ago. There weren't wars breaking out all over the world. We had a rational southern border policy. So he's got to remind people of that. He's got to expose her radical record at the same time, but he needs to stay on message. He needs to focus on what the American people care about every single day and not run rabbits. There's no doubt she's going to have those cam lines ready to go, those contrived stories like she did in the package that you guys just played. Look, she called Joe Biden a racist and a rapist on a debate stage, had merchandise ready to go, but she couldn't parlay that into anything positive for her campaign. She'll do that to Donald Trump tonight. The question becomes, will he follow her down that trail, or will he stick to the points that the American people care about most?
And Jen, does the vice president have to have things that she wants to remind the public about in terms of history?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, one of the challenges for her is that every candidate wants to be the change candidate, right? You have a former president and a sitting vice president, so they're not the natural change candidates. She has to figure out on this debate stage how she can both embrace part of her record that people may like and also build on it and tell people that she's going to do something different. So that is very tricky.
Sounds like you're saying she has a higher bar.
She does have a higher bar. I think there's higher expectations for her. I will say, I'm not sure that looking in the past, that's not what the public is really looking for. We know that from every election ever. People want a forward-looking plan and vision. So another part of what she needs to do is tell people exactly what she's going to do.
Do you think she's made it unnecessarily hard on herself in this particular moment? Because she hasn't done very much off the cuff, unscripted. She did one interview since being elevated to the top of the ticket. Now it's this night. Does that just ratchet up the stakes when they don't need to be ratcheted up any higher?
I actually think the biggest challenge for her is that she's never met him before or interacted with him before. And she is a studious, thorough prepper, which I think is good no matter what political party you're from. That's a good thing. But it also means you have to let go of those briefing books and be in the moment. Donald Trump is not a standard, traditional policy debating candidate, so it requires a different muscle, and I think she's never practiced that muscle before, and that's the piece that I think is going to be challenging.
Respond to that question.
Yeah, just quickly. It's interesting because you do want to look at the future. There's no doubt about that. The problem with Kamala Harris is every time she starts to say, I promise you I will, on day one I'm going to, Donald Trump can just say, but you're the sitting vice president right now. Either you can't do those things or you won't. Either way, I don't think the American people are going to buy it.
You both know him very well. Laura Trump just told us a few moments ago he's going to be calm, cool, and collected. Raise your hand if you think he will be.
Like always.
Yeah.
He's always.
Is that the worst thing that could happen to Kamala Harris?
If he is calm, cool, and collected, I'm not sure it's the worst thing, but I think she is going to hopefully not take the bait. I think the Clinton advice is good advice to her. Don't take the bait. Try to bait him a little bit. That would be a win for her.
All right. Hogan and Jen, thank you very much. Both veterans of the White House. Coming up, we've got Steve Kornacki here to break down where this race stands. Spoiler alert, it's very, very tight, and how tonight's debate could shake things up. We're back right after this.
We all struggle. We just don't like to admit it. Sometimes you'll need help. Sometimes you'll be helped. Together, it's the greatest thing that can happen to an individual's growth.
This is bad.
Right, this is it.
I've got zombies everywhere. Marvin? Marvin, are you there?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Network.
Welcome back to our special coverage of tonight's presidential debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. We'll be bringing you the debate live when it begins in less than 25 minutes.
Tonight will be a critical moment and it could shake up what many see as a tight race, a deadlock race with less than 2 months to go before Election Day.
Steve Kornacki is with us tonight at the big board to break it all down. Where's this going?
Yeah, I mean, close. And let's put this in some perspective here. What you're looking at is the average of all of the major national polls that are out there right now. This is a running average we keep. Harris at a 47-45 for Trump. 2-point lead there for Harris. Obviously, Democrats like that. But some context for that. First of all, there's this. Donald Trump has run from behind both previous times he ran for president. At this same point, 4 years ago, in our poll average, Donald Trump was trailing Joe Biden by 7.8 points. And at the same point in 2016, in our poll average, Trump was trailing Hillary Clinton by 4.5 points. Now it's only 2. So, yeah, Trump's behind, but this is closer than he's been in the polling in previous elections. And there's also this. Remember, in 2016, Trump lost the national popular vote to Clinton, won in the Electoral College. In 2020, Trump lost the popular vote by a wide margin to Joe Biden, almost won in the Electoral College. Is there going to be a gap like that again that works to Trump's favor, an Electoral College advantage? That's what you think about when you look at this. The 7 core battleground states, and again, poll average here, the average of the major polls in those states right now. And you see the headline, obviously, these are very close margins. Look, Harris, 1/10 of 1 point in the North Carolina average right now. Trump by a 0.5 point in Georgia. These are very, very close. Although, you take a look and you see one here that's a little different. That's Wisconsin. Harris on average just over 4 points ahead right now. This was, keep in mind, Wisconsin, the source of the single biggest polling miss in 2020. It had Joe Biden well ahead, nearly 10 points on average. He won the state by less than 1 point. The polling here was way off in 2016 as well. There was a pretty big miss in Michigan, too. States with large blue-collar white populations where Trump has run up very big numbers. The polls didn't sufficiently capture that in 16 and 20. Is that going to be different in 2024, or is there more Trump support in some of these states than it appears in the polls? That's a major question to think about as you see more numbers come out. And then you just see in this column right here, the electoral votes in 7 core battleground states. Where's tonight's debate? It is in the state that is first among equals when it comes to battleground states. 19 electoral votes in Pennsylvania, more than any other. What does that mean functionally? If you're one of these campaigns and you lose Pennsylvania, mathematically, if you want to offset that, you got to win at least 2 others to make up for the 19 that you're losing out on in Pennsylvania. This is the king of the battleground states.
Steve, not to bring it back in memories, but what we were here until Saturday, the week of the election, waiting for Pennsylvania.
That's right, 11:30 Saturday morning.
Oh my God, we're just counting, right? Okay, well, we shall see. Thank you. That sets it up very nicely for our next guest. What do voters want to hear from candidates tonight? These battleground voters, they're the deciders. Kate Snow is in Pennsylvania talking to those undecided swing voters. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Savannah. Yeah, we're at the Churchville Inn. It's a restaurant in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That's right outside of Philadelphia. This is a county that really could be pivotal in the state of Pennsylvania. And as Steve was just saying, it could be pivotal. Pennsylvania, as it goes, could be pivotal for the whole election. So we gathered 3 voters with me. They are all undecided voters. Each one of you is registered differently. We have Lynn Kelleher, who's a registered Republican and a realtor here in town. We have Hannah Reed, an independent, a mom of 3. And then we have Andrew Wallace, who's registered Democrat and owns this place, the restaurant. What's interesting, though, is you all cannot decide. And Lynn, you told us that you find Trump, I forget your word, reprehensible. You really don't like the guy, but you find Harris, you said that you don't understand what she stands for. She needs to explain. What are you looking for tonight?
For me, the election is a decision between economics and morals. I like some of Trump's economic policies.
Yeah.
I find him, I abhor him. Quite
Because of
frankly.
his morals.
Because of his morals or lack thereof. But she, I think,
is talking a lot of fluff. She hasn't said anything substantive. I don't know that she has the experience or the wherewithal to lead this country out of the economic situation that we're in.
I'm going to note, all three of you voted for Trump in 2016, and it changed in 2020. And I'm going to go to you. You said you're very frustrated going into this debate. Why?
Because the election itself is no longer about policies. It's no longer about the real issues in this country, like the economics or the inflation.
You don't like that name calling.
The name calling, I mean, the back and forth. It's about who can get one over on the other, to the point that we are not pushing policies through just because the person that put it through was from another party.
And Andrew, let me ask you about your issues, because we were talking earlier. You like some of the things. You're really big on policies that Trump supports, and then you're also really big on policies that Harris supports. You don't know what you're going to do. So what do you need to hear tonight?
I feel left behind by the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, Harris received 0 votes. I would like to have a say in the primary, and they didn't give me that. I feel that they think that they know what's best for me. Harris hasn't said anything. Harris's policies, a lot of them, have just been stolen from Trump. Taxes on tips, putting up the border wall. She's had said absolutely nothing of her own with her own ideas. So I'm waiting to see anything from her that is an original idea and not stolen from the other candidate.
All right, guys, we're going to watch this debate together, and Savannah and Lester will certainly report back on sort of what the reactions are here in the room. It's an instant focus group.
Yeah, some important voices to hear. Kate, thanks very much. Let me bring in 2 experts in debate preparation. Greg Craig served as White House counsel in the Obama administration. He prepped John Kerry by playing George W. Bush. And John Gregg is the former senator from New Hampshire who prepped George W. Bush by playing John Kerry. And Senator, let me begin with you. You know, the candidates are certainly yes, it's not easy. The Harris folks really want to put forth her and introduce her to people who don't know a lot about her right now. Is this a time for any candidate to change who they are, who the viewers and voters perceive them to be?
People can't change themselves. Really, these debates turn on the 2 things. The first is your mannerisms, especially when you have a split screen. George Bush the first was a debate. People didn't watch that. That could be very significantly. And then Al Gore rolled his eyes and disparity types of awareness. And then, of course, in the last debate, it was President Biden just looking like he wasn't there. So the physical activity on the stage is really critical. And you've got to act like you're a serious person for a serious event. Secondly, you've got to be substantive. People, this is about the presidency of the United States, but it's got substance. They don't expect games to show. And thirdly, it's self-deprecating humor doesn't produce. It's nice to know that the person can connect with you because they are willing to talk about themselves in a humorous way. And so those 3 elements are really critical to defining an individual and whether they connect with the audience. But you can't change yourself just for a debate. That's impossible.
Well, it's fun to talk to both of you because you've had this rare opportunity to actually play the opposing candidate. So we know you from politics, but apparently you have acting chops as well. Greg, as I turn to you, you helped President Obama, and I think Senator Kerry as well. So if you were advising Kamala Harris, what would you tell her to do? Because obviously Donald Trump is an opponent unlike any other.
I agree with that. I think on the issue of substance and policy, she's just going to be fine. She's disciplined. She's hardworking. Her real challenge, I think, is managing Trump, because whereas Vice President Harris is the captain and quarterback of Team Normal, the former President Trump is really the 4-star general of Team Crazy, and you can't really guess or predict exactly what he's going to be saying or doing. It's going to be a stream of consciousness. There's going to be non sequiturs. There's going to be one falsehood after another.
12 minutes away. Let's go. He's gonna make her cry. He's gonna make her cry. I have no doubt in my mind. Oh, he's gonna make her cry. 12 minutes away.
I think
Hopefully
if
you'll
she
get to see her again
manages this guy in this debate,
So where's your
she'll be
dad?
president of the United States.
Senator Craig and Craig, good to have both of you with us. Not easy at all, but nice to have your perspective. Speaking of an interesting perspective, there's only two people sitting at this desk right now who've actually moderated general elections.
He's gonna make Donald Trump will make Kamala Harris cry. I have no doubt in my mind.
This is next level. Lester, first of all, without triggering you, what do you remember about doing the debate in 2016?
I remember how lonely it felt because we were when both of us did it. It was under the auspices of the Presidential Debate Commission. You were solo out there. You've got your back is to in this giant room full of people, and there were estimates of 100 million people watching. At the same time, it's such a privilege to do things like this, but you're getting people are, leading up to it, or is he going to fact check? Every time you turn on cable TV, they're talking about, what they think you're going to do or what you're thinking. I don't know if Kristen felt the same thing, but I think of David and Lindsay tonight. It's not an easy task.
Oh, it's definitely not. And when you talk about feeling lonely, part of that is because there's no one in your ear telling you or giving you editorial backup. Look, I think there's no greater weight than the moments before heading into a general election debate, because you are asking questions on behalf of the people who paid this trust in your hearing, on behalf of the American people. So we want the questions to be understandable, digestible, not coming from Washington and politics, but from the place of people's dining room tables. And the best thing you can say about a moderator is that you don't remember the moderator.
Well, I was going to say, since it's over, I can say these can make a career, they can break a career, and a lot of times the criticism is quite harsh for a moderator who does fact check in real time. I can think of a moderator who got in trouble for that, and for moderators who don't. It's sort of darned if you do, darned if you don't.
I think the way to deal with that is to ask follow-up questions, make sure you're getting answers to the questions that you ask.
It's also a question for the candidates, and there is a question of how much tonight, as we bring it back to what we're going to see in just about 11 minutes from now, is how much will Vice President Harris fact check former President Trump, and vice versa, although it is clear, we know from past debates that the former president does say things that are not true on this stage. I've talked to people in her orbit who say if she spent the night fact checking, in their view, she'd never get anything else in. So she's got to pick her moments in that space. We're also seeing, even as we've been on the air tonight, former President Trump already, his campaign, his team, kind of working the refs here already, preemptively going after the moderators. It's always a fact check.
I was just going to say, it's not terribly recent, but I remember in the last 10, 15 years, it's become a lot more common to attack the moderator. I remember when you would never see the candidates go out and go after the moderator. I remember Newt Gingrich doing it in a Republican primary, I think in 2016 or something like that, and that was different.
Well, two things. You've got to feel the room, and it took me several minutes to feel the room, feel the temperature of the candidates. The other thing is, having done a lot of debates, including a presidential debate, I swore a long time ago I would never publicly judge a debate moderator. It's an incredibly difficult job, and my hat's off to anyone who's done it.
Absolutely, and you try to tune out any criticism that you might be getting heading into the debate.
But you know exactly what their stomachs feel like 10 minutes away from the debate now.
I'm starting to feel those
I know.
We'll take a break. Less than 10 minutes away from the big moment as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump get ready to face off and meet for the first time ever. I hope you can stay with us. It's going to be quite a night.
Must be where that guy came from.
She's gonna make that woman cry. He's gonna make that woman cry. I just have a feeling about it. She's gonna be laughing in tears.
Great, nice to see you tonight. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special coverage of tonight's presidential debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump.
The debate is set to begin just minutes from now. It'll be the first time Harris and Trump meet each other, and it'll be in front of the entire country. Tonight also could have a huge impact on the campaign, less than 2 months out from Election Day, with a tight race nationally and in the critical battleground states.
Let's go back to the debate hall in Philadelphia, the spin room. Tom Yamas is there. We're just about 6 minutes away now from the start of this debate, which we will carry in its entirety. Tom, are you starting to feel that buzz of energy?
Oh, you do? And guys, I will tell you something I've noticed that's different about this debate. Usually the spin group gets wild and crazy post-debate. What I'm seeing for the first time is pre-debate spin. You see surrogates on both sides sort of flank all the reporters, flank all the sets from all the different news organizations and try to get their message out. There was a ton of commotion about 10 minutes ago, and that's because RFK Jr. came into the spin room. Of course, he was the third-party candidate who has since endorsed former President Trump. He was followed by, I'd say dozens of reporters as he walked through the spin room. We're hearing kind of the same things. Both campaigns are disciplined. They are on message. The Harris surrogates are saying the same thing. Former President Trump is the most experienced presidential debater. This will be a seventh debate. And also, they want to go for reproductive rights. That a vote for Trump is a vote that will limit abortion access. And then on the Trump side, of course, they're hammering the issue that Vice President Harris is untested. She's only done one big major interview. She's doing no town halls. And also, they want to hammer home that they want to put the spotlight, and they hope the candidate does, on the issues of immigration, the economy, and the 2 wars overseas. What I'll be looking for, guys, tonight, who can truthfully answer the question that they are the change candidate coming out of this debate? Back to you.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Our Washington correspondent, Yamiche Alcindor, has been covering the Harris campaign and joins us now. Yamiche, your thoughts tonight as we're just minutes away.
One of the biggest challenges for Vice President Harris, is I've been talking to a lot of sources that are familiar with her debate preparations, are how she's going to differentiate herself from President Biden. Former President Trump is going to try to make her own every single mistake that he believes President Biden made. And there's been a lot of tension among the Harris team about whether or not she should throw the President Biden, under the bus figuratively and say, I disagreed with some of the policies, maybe even the withdrawal from Afghanistan, the way that it was carried out, or whether she's going to say, I serve at the pleasure of the President and I agree with everything that he did. But she has to, in some ways, really carve out what the Harris administration is going to look like and why it's not going to just be a third term of the Biden administration, or the second term of the Biden administration, rather. And the other thing that she's really going to have to do is not get pulled into personal attacks by former President Trump. They expect him to, at some point, maybe lose it. They're going to try to bait him a bit, to try to lash out at her. But she really wants to remain calm, because her biggest thing that she wants to do is really introduce herself to undecided voters and voters who might not be familiar with her background, her middle-class background, that she's a child of immigrants. They really want her team really make sure that she defines herself. So that's also a big challenge that I'll be watching for, how she does that. Back to you.
All right, Yamiche, thank you so much. And let's turn now to NBC's Dasha Burns, who covers the Trump campaign and joins us now. What are you hearing from the Trump campaign about the preparations tonight?
Look, Savannah, you've heard the former president say time and again that he does not do traditional debate prep, that campaigning is his prep, but we are told by sources that over the last few days he has been hunkered down at Mar-a-Lago. He's been doing extensive policy sessions, and watch for him to do 2 things tonight, 2 things that his campaign wants him to do. Number 1, tie Vice President Harris to President Biden, make her own what's going on with the economy, what's going on with immigration, and number 2, remind voters some of the positions she took back in 2020 when she was running for president that was left of center. Try to paint her as simply too liberal for those moderate swing voters in places like the suburbs of Philadelphia. Of course, that is the plan, that is what the campaign wants, but it's all going to be about the execution in the moment, especially if Harris tries to bait the former president into an outburst. Savannah.
All right, Dasha, thank you.
Let's bring back Kristen Walker and Hallie Jackson. I want to talk about how the vice president has cast herself in this campaign as the prosecutor, going against Donald Trump. Are there limits to that in this format, do you think, of coming off in a prosecutorial way?
Absolutely. When I've spoken to allies who are close to her, they say her biggest challenge tonight is getting specific, but not too specific. She's got to tell the story of how a Harris administration would differ from a Biden administration. That word we keep using, change. How would she change things right now? Does she acknowledge to some extent that the economy is not where she wants it to be? And really lay out in more detail what she wants to see. Yes, she's going to prosecute the case against Donald Trump on a range of different issues. She'll accuse him of switching his opinion, particularly when it comes to the issue of abortion and reproductive rights. But again, she's got to walk that fine line.
But she also has to answer for some changes in her own positions. Of course, she ran for president in 2020. She came across and positioned herself as a much more progressive type of candidate. Now she's really moving to the middle here in a general election.
Crowded primary, right back in 2019, 2020. She has moved away from that on issues like, for example, mandated gun buybacks for automatic rifles, something that she no longer supports. Fracking, for example, something that she has changed her position on as well. You look at Medicare for All, a position that she's backed away from. Watch for the former president try to go after some of these issues. And I'll tell you, to bring it back to the voters, that panel with Kate Snow was super interesting. The economy came up again and again. And even with this summer, for the first time, inflation dipped below 3% for the first time since March of 2021. People don't feel great about it right now. So how does Vice President Harris address that moving forward?
Let me briefly go there and talk about his physical performance. It's been noted by many that the former president has tended to be more rambling, disjointed in many of his answers at a time that we were focusing on Joe Biden.
Damn, that 12 minutes went fast.
Okay, we will be back with you at the top of the hour now, 9 o'clock on the East Coast here in New York and in Philadelphia. The room where it's about to happen. We're just seconds away now from tonight's first and perhaps
here it goes.
Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump.
As we've noted, this will be the first time these candidates have met in person, and it's happening on a debate stage. Also, the first debate since President Biden left the race over the summer, and Harris became the Democratic nominee. A lot has happened in a very compressed period of time.
Yes, it has, and we have a few moments until the debate starts. We will join it. ABC News is broadcasting it, but we will simulcast it right here in its entirety. It's taking place at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia.
And like June's debate, there will be no audience tonight. The candidates' microphones will be muted while the other one is talking. Each candidate will give 2 minutes for answers. There will be closing statements, but no opening statements. So we expect them to probably mix it up rather early in this as they stake out their positions and we get a sense of where all this is going.
And the mics are muted when the other is talking. So let's take you to Philadelphia now and the first presidential debate of 2024.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And now I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks, no top.
Watch him say, Kamala, you're fired.
2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Here it goes. It's about to happen. There they are.
Kamala Harris. Thank you.
They shook hands.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases.
Yeah.
Millions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because it was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I'd love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression.
What the hell?
Left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst.
You were in there for 4 years. You dementia. You dementia. I don't know what to call you.
What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know.
You and Biden were in there for 4 years.
But I'm going to tell you, on this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook. A bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he...
How do you know about 2025?
I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there.
I believe that because she knows what it is.
This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially.
She knows what Project 2025 is.
We had the greatest economy.
Standing up there talking about it.
The pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died. Has there been anything like it? We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job they did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So, Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I've described as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in...
She's standing up there talking about Project 2025, and Donald Trump has no idea what it is.
Is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite to hear that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work, create jobs, and create a lot of good, solid...
Emily Maya, what's up?
Just to finish up, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that he just,
Damn, she copied Biden's plan.
Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up
See?
tariffs. Your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. Who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars.
How's your day going? I'm good. For how long you been playing Resident Evil 2? I haven't really played the original Resident Evil 2, but I have played I've played the remake multiple times to know exactly what to do. I'm playing hardcore, by the way.
80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was
Let's
great.
see, I
and
don't
their
know
economy was terrible.
Vice President
how
Harris.
to show you on play on hardcore, but when if you can rewind the video all the way to the beginning, you can see that I'm playing on hardcore.
One of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency.
I've done Claire's second run, and I've done Claire first, and this is Claire first run. I've done Leon's second run.
In making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century.
What's your favorite game? What's my favorite game? Oh,
focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on quantum computing. Focusing on what
I wish they put Batman Begins back on Game Pass. We don't even have Batman Begins. We had it for the Xbox, the original Xbox, but we never. They never made it for the.
The longer it takes me to find you, the worse it's gonna be.
I wish they put it on, Game Pass, but we don't. They don't even got the game on there.
President Trump, I'd love to respond. First of all, they brought the chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of.
But yeah, it'd have to be Batman Begins. I'd have to most definitely say Batman Begins.
Everything that she believes.
The movie sucked, but the game was awesome.
She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gotten to my philosophy, but if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look
oh my God, look at her expression on her face.
Millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in, and just look at fucking chance.
Well, I don't actually have no money to give you.
And that's bad for our economy too. You mentioned before, we'll talk about
for doing that.
Later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen.
So I'm going to have to decline.
And she has destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country. President Trump. Thank you. Let's see.
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump would often tout that you were able to kill with last year. You said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be waiting more than 6 weeks, but then the very next to support the 6 weeks. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore,
well, I mean, as long as it's free, because
the vote is they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. And now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to it, President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here.
Looks like the
Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country.
Prostitution legal. Okay.
Want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in her car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I've pledged to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of
A woman can do what she wants with her body without the government telling her what to do.
He will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there will be a national abortion monitor that will be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well, we won't have to because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just wrong. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got
do you want to join the server? Nah, bro. I'm good.
They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talk about that they talk about.
I put it on YouTube, so I mean, I'm good, man. I don't make anything from it, so it wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right because you know, I wouldn't be able to pay you or nothing. So it's all right. Don't worry about it. If I was on YouTube and made my actual money with it, then yeah, why not? But I'm not. So
young people and a lot of other people that had loans.
I know you say it's for free, but I'm pretty sure you'll be asking for money later. So it's all right. Don't worry about it.
Out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris will give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade, and as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers, to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President.
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw
Alabama?
The legislature voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that.
And that's where I am.
I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing,
Sherry?
You should ask.
Can you hear me?
Will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month? Okay, would you do that?
Now, I'm going to
Why don't you
say
just
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
Because under Roe v.
answer the question?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month, and probably...
Cry. I have no doubt you're going to cry. Cry right now. She's tearing up. Look at that expression on her face. She's tearing up. I have a good feeling she's about to cry.
This country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration.
Oh my God, she wants to cry. Look at her.
Reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently for President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported.
Right there.
And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know that
Oh my God, she's getting emotional.
personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the board.
First, let me respond to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. She's busing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be a Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as the rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country.
Oh my God, look at that expression on her face. She wants to cry so badly.
Venezuela on steroids.
I had a feeling that she wanted to cry. Look at that expression on her face.
There have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television said my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people on television say that it's wrong. By the people that live there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
We're talking about extremes. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric,
she has to dry them all up. Oh my God.
I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump will give you a quick minute to respond.
Yeah. Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who were just killed, viciously and violently killed, and I get to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy, look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists, they have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military. You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
excuse me, the FBI defrauded. They were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference.
Oh my God! Just the sound of her voice.
Sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important.
She's trying to hold it together. Oh my God, she's trying to hold it together.
The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired war and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA of New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. Now, what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. a complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. Weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election of 2024 is taking place. The United
She wants to cry. Look at her.
All right, Sherry.
Look at that expression on her face.
from any misconduct.
She's trying her damnedest to keep it together.
This is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy. With a fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking.
Well, that's not what you said in one of your debates before.
In diverse sources of energy, so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done. Protecting seniors' freedoms have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down. And name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands that strength is not in beating people down, it's lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump,
Well, first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many millions of dollars. Many, many millions. When people see it, they're even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up. Very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police.
You big oompa loompa.
I'm talking now. You don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out
That makes me want to restart it anyway.
And wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar. But they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer.
Really?
That should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I asked, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? What are they going to be prosecuted?
The supplies are...
People from countries all over.
You went to the border, Trump. The supplies were sitting right there on the side.
All over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it. But let me
The supplies were sitting there for 4 straight years, untouched.
Minneapolis is going to be prosecuted, or in Seattle. Seattle took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me, it was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard Corps soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago, her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also the national senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured.
and some die. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys on the militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear, on that point, Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both lead this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed. Those people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short. Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
I don't acknowledge it at all. I said that sarcastically. You know that? It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told I got 63, which was what I got in 2016. You can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video, and I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by it, we didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many
No judge looked at it and said they said we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing, a president of the United States doesn't have standing? That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it, I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker, so he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us, we won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom work with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running on Senate voters. He got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
Your time
I
is up.
think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris in December said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. We said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7th, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters.
Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up. Far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is, it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week. said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it. Because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way, gets paid a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
ABC's presidential debate will continue after this.
Live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Todd Collins, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. We're back with tonight's debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
When it ends in just a few minutes, join us for an analysis of tonight's key moments. Our team will break down how it could shake up the final sprint to Election Day. For now, though, let's go back to the debate live in Philadelphia.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But if you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try to get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
Just to clarify,
they throw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president. Mr. President doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done. Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to define one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow, quiet please, he would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin. And she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate as soon as they left. Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen, for years we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying for $300 today. We were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself the global. Even the National Security Advisor says it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this. And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be Commander-in-Chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because but I got involved. And Abdul was the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind. We would have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do. And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing part of the history. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to recent politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a big picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. If you make a big deal out of something, I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay.
But those were your words, so
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read it where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. I thought it was okay. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Here's your thoughts on this.
I think it's, honestly, I think it's tragic that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than we separate. This kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was a land. He owned land. He owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent in Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that. Want better than this. Want someone who understands as I do. I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people, knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris.
President Trump, this is now the 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country. And they come up with things like what she just said. Go back many, many years. Our people, including their people, in Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pleaded guilty. And I said, well, if they plead guilty, they may have hurt a person, killed a person up to the guilt. And if they plead guilty, then they plead, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because it's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. Here she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had. A horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad that she can't get away with that.
I want to respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambition, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of their child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Let's turn to policy. Let's turn to policy. President Trump, let's turn to policy, please.
Plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun. She has a plan to not allow fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else. That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need to go on. That was an interrupted. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. One time to what you said. This is now your 3rd time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. Also, with President Obamacare, you have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, unless we can do something much better. Last month, we said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after we first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare is lousy health care. Always was. It's not very good today. And when I said that if we come up with something, and we all want different things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up, they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it ride? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they were good people, I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the Edwards and Edwards do that, so do they. They have really done. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be good, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just so yes, we still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options that we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely supported over the last 4 years as vice president private healthcare options, but what we need to do is maintain the Affordable Care. But I'll get to that. I just need to respond to the previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking, and then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both guns. We're not taking anybody's guns away, so stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time. When I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, if you don't like him, you said at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President
Harris, in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot
Made a mistake. And number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? we could do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance to people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to do. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need to be.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. They're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Now it's raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now it's real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with tonight's debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
When it ends, please join us for analysis of tonight's key moments. Our team will break it down. As we enter the final sprint to Election Day, we'll go back to the debate and closing statements.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
And welcome back to NBC News coverage of the debate that took your adjective. I would go with fiery to the end, but it goes from there. Both the candidates, you could argue, executing on their strategy going in for Kamala Harris, that was to get under the former president's skin, which she did quite often. For the former president, his option was, of course, to go after the economy after Afghanistan, the administration's position on the withdrawal in Afghanistan. And immigration, of course. This is exactly what they wanted. The question is how they got there and along the way, I think.
Well, people are going to be talking about this debate for a long time. And is this the final debate? Is this the only one we see? Will there be another? Well, it depends on how each candidate feels they did tonight. Let's bring back our moderator, Read the Press, Mr. Walker, our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Boy, do we have a lot to chew over here. Let's talk about, first of all, it does seem that Kamala Harris was trying to hit every trigger point she could think of to try to get Donald Trump to respond to her and to kind of fall into bait him into that trap. Do you think it was effective?
Well, let's just name a few. Abortion, January 6th. The federal officials who are now critical to John McCain, which is the big trigger point. One of rally sides, one of the biggest ones that gets under his skin. One of his allies said she clearly tried to get under his skin. He's being defensive way too much. He's losing his answers. For example, instead of Amazon, he had eating pets. Of course, that theory that Springfield officials in Ohio are saying there's no proof that undocumented immigrants are eating pets, something that we've heard from Trump and his campaign. And I think that allies are expressing concern about the fact that he didn't do what they were hoping he would do, which is to stay on message, to talk about his strengths. There were some unanswered questions as well. It's worth noting out on both sides. Harris never answered whether you're better off than you were 4 years ago. She also didn't say what she would have done differently on immigration. Trump, by the way, didn't answer the critical question. Would he veto a national abortion ban if it came to his desk? I asked Jamie Vance if Trump would do that. He said yes, he would. Trump said tonight, well, he didn't check with me before saying that. So some differences there. Again, how does this play with the swing voters?
I think
there's immense frustration on the part of those allied with Donald Trump about the moderators. That is something that you sometimes hear after debates. I think that is certainly a through line here. There is some frustration, I think, from sort of one Republican who called former President Trump wild and uncontrolled and said that the vice president was successfully pushing him to his buttons. And
damn, I was for sure she was going to cry.
She was doing what they thought.
Damn.
The issues and going on attack.
I was for sure she was going to cry. But she didn't. She held it in.
if that's the style you want in substance here. She was pressed on her shift away from these more progressive positions that crowded climate. She says my values will change. And it wasn't just, of course, the issue of abortion access that would retain national abortion care that the former president did not answer on. He did not discuss how he would implement one of his central issues on immigration, mass deportations, and he also didn't get into his plan to replace Obamacare, simply saying, I have concepts of a plan. He will be pressed on that moving forward.
He also didn't commit to saying he wants Ukraine to be victorious in the war. So that was an interesting exchange as well. So she was trying to prosecute the case against him, but also present an affirmative vision of herself and what she might do. And that's her. So let's go to Tom now. It's been rolling for eyes. So Tom, I'm sure you're always trying to see people filter in. What do you do?
Yeah. Okay, guys, so it's still very early, right? Each campaign is rigging the top. One time, making sure everyone's on the same message before they phone them. This is going to do some people are in right now to brush with those at the entrance waiting for everybody. I can tell you in the meantime, my phone has been blowing up with both Republican strategists, Democratic strategists, voters. I've been asking everyone what they think. It is a complete different shift change from that first debate. After that first debate, the Republicans felt very victorious, very confident. They were saying the entire debate was about Joe Biden. This time, it's much different. Republicans seem very frustrated with former President Trump. They also felt frustrated with the format of the debate, which is never a good sign on your side. And they're also saying that they were angry, at least Vice President Kamala Harris was angry to make this debate, not about Joe Biden, not about herself, but about Donald Trump. And that led to more outrage. So again, many surveys are coming in right now. Governors, senators from different parties. We're going to be talking throughout the night. I'm listening back to you guys in the studio right now.
All right, Tom, thanks for bringing Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. He's a Democrat representing the Harris campaign. Governor, thank you for being here. But that person asked me if you think the voters were served by what we saw in the last 90 minutes. Served well. Look, I think the voters heard a lot and learned a lot. You know, one of the things I was worried about going into this debate is that some folks have a little brain fog about Donald Trump. They sort of didn't remember the chaos of Donald Trump's time in office. Well, I'll tell you what, I think Kamala Harris cleared that brain fog out, reminded people of the disaster that he was as president. And I think it was also clear as she was laying out a vision to take this country, Donald Trump didn't have a clear vision on where he wanted to go. Instead, it was more grievance and division, more attacks on other people. And Donald Trump, I think, would make our country less safe, more chaotic, and less free. And Donald Trump prosecuted the heck out of the case tonight. Kamala Harris prosecuted the case tonight.
Oh, it's Donald Trump. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. I thought Donald Trump toward the end finally got around to what he was hoping to accomplish, which is say, if you have all these plans and you have all this vision, Kamala Harris, you've had 3.5 years to do it. Why haven't you? So what is the answer to that?
She has served as vice president. She knows the job to be president. Now she has laid out her vision for where she wants to take this country. I thought she was very specific on her plans to cut taxes, particularly for small business owners, her way of trying to bring down costs for middle-class families. Donald Trump, I don't know what the heck he thinks. He was all over the place. I think what you heard was a rambling man full of nonsense and full of a whole lot of grievance. He couldn't get past that, and he couldn't focus on anybody but himself. And that is serving the good people of this nation, something Kamala Harris has done throughout her career and has plans to be going forward. Either will have an appetite for a second debate after this one. Look, I think that'll be up to, I'm not going to sit here and guess what will happen. But I'll tell you what, if there is not another debate, what the American people saw tonight was a clear contrast. A clear contrast in steady, future-looking leadership versus the chaotic, divisive leadership of the passive Donald Trump. Governor Shapiro, thank you for being with us tonight. We appreciate it.
We're going to hear from Senator Marco Rubio in just a moment. We have a few moments to turn back to our table. So what about it? It's clear that the Democrats and the allies of Kamala Harris are very happy with the way that she prosecuted the case against Donald Trump. But we know going in, about 30% of voters were saying, we don't really know who she is or what she's about. Do you think she did enough to define herself to make that affirmative case?
I don't. There were a couple of answers where she talked about her economic plans, which is the top issue. Trump puts her on that point. I think people still have a lot of questions about what she would do in the economy. One interesting nugget by our team's count, the former president said the name Biden something like 15 times, didn't say Kamala or Harris once. She addressed that by saying, clearly, I'm not Joe Biden, but I think I do what you're doing. Because what the former president's going to ask.
Let's go to Florida. Senator Marco Rubio to serve the Trump campaign. Senator, thanks for coming on with us. Did we see the best version of Donald Trump, in your opinion, tonight?
Well, two things. These candidates have very different objectives going. Donald Trump's well known. He was the president of the United States. He's been campaigning basically for the last 8 years, 4 years, I'm going to say. Actually, going back to 2016. Most voters didn't even know who Kamala Harris was. Tonight, for the first time, they got glimpses of it. Look, I don't think the moderators did the best job of pressing her on this, but they got glimpses of what she had stood for as recently as 2019 and 2020. And it's here in Philadelphia, and here in Pennsylvania, she wanted to ban fracking. But beyond that, I think there are all kinds of things that the moderators never asked, questions that I wanted to see asked. For example, grocery prices are up 50% from 2020. What is your responsibility for that? I thought her answer on Afghanistan was complete nonsense. She was vice president at the time. Joe Biden didn't withdraw from Afghanistan. We will run out of Afghanistan. So on issue after issue, I think for the first time, voters are starting to get a glimpse of someone, starting to understand the positions that she truly believes in. And we don't, she's basically cut and paste, literally cut and paste out of the Biden agenda. People don't want the Biden agenda. But what she really believes in are the radical ideas that she ran on in 2019 and 2020. I think for a lot of Americans who don't know a lot about her, tonight they were introduced to those facts. I think that's going to have an impact on this race.
Senator, you just laid out the case against her pretty clearly. Do you wish that Donald Trump had done so more clearly?
Well, I think he did. Unfortunately, like I said, look, I'm not one of these guys that likes to complain about moderators. This one was tough not to. I think it was really one-sided, and some of the fact-checking was wrong. There are, in fact, states in this country, the state of Minnesota, where a child born in a botched abortion is allowed to die, provided palliative care and allowed to die. So some of the fact-checking I thought was truly unfair, but on balance, as people heard things about, you wanted to take away guns from people in the past, you wanted the Bernie Sanders health care plan, you wanted to ban fracking, you wanted to be bailed out, tried to raise money to bail out rioters in 2020 in the summer. These are new facts that a lot of people don't know about Kamala Harris that they learned tonight for the first time. And I think, as you see in the poll, a lot of 95% of Americans don't know about her.
Senator Rubio, thank you for your time. We'll Kate Snow, she's been talking with a group of undecided voters. And where else? Battleground Pennsylvania. Kate, we've all been dying to hear what they thought and how they reacted to what they heard tonight. Yeah, Savannah, it's been really interesting watching with you all because I could see your reactions in real time. There were a lot of visceral reactions. In one word, I'm going to ask, how would you headline this debate? One word to describe what you saw. But
what's 4 words? Same old, same old.
Yeah, manipulative.
Lies on both sides.
Okay.
Lies.
You're all undecided. Has anything changed your minds with? Is there anything you heard here that you thought, oh yeah, I could go for that policy? I just don't know.
Not really. For me, I think Kamala had a good debate.
We got to get out of here.
I feel more favorably towards her than to Donald, but I'm still not sure. Not 100%.
The two of you women reacted very strongly when Harris was talking about abortion. Talking about abortion rights, you reacted strongly to Donald Trump and his positions. Yes.
Come on.
What was your thought on that? What was it about
Get in!
Is misinformation. The sensationalized, just so much. Things that are not facts that have been disproven. And he does it because that is what his supporters want to hear. And it really impacts who people like us, if we choose to vote for him or not. Because we know you are lying.
Yeah.
But you're still saying it. And it's disgusting.
You also was the economy going in. Andrew, anything you've heard that changes how you're thinking about their economic policies?
No, because at the end of the day, December and November is going to roll around, and they're going to pass. They're going to say we're going to shut down the government. They're going to pass the omnibus. They're going to spend trillions of dollars, and nothing else is going to change. They're just going to keep spending money uncontrollably. Donald Trump spent $6 trillion in 2019 and added that to our deficit. So absolutely not. They're spending money, and then it's coming back into the government, the congressman, and the Senate through
funds, through PACs, through all the discussing this.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Lynn, it's really great to be with you. I'll send it back to us.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Kristen Walker, Hallie Jackson back for some final thoughts. Kristen, first to you. Will we know who won this debate in days or weeks or months?
Well, a couple of weeks, I would say, once we look at the new poll numbers, Lester. As we've been saying, the Harris campaign feels emboldened. They just put out a statement saying Vice President Harris is ready for a second debate. Is Donald Trump? The big question, will that actually happen? And again, it's just fascinating to hear the voters. We were sitting there with Kate Snow to hear that one of them at least was a little bit more favorable toward Harris.
As we start to close our coverage, I always like to say Election Day is XX days away, but in fact, Election Day is, well, it starts tomorrow in one state, but is 6 days away in Pennsylvania. Early voting is a huge factor.
There's mail-in ballots going out in Pennsylvania. We've got it in other battleground states as well coming up soon, including Michigan just this month. So that is for real, right? What's happening tonight matters when people go to make their decision about who they want in the White House. So will there be a second debate? That's no big question. If you look at what's next, all four of these leaders, Kamala Harris and her running mate, former President Trump and his running mate, will be in 9/11 ceremonies tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Hallie. That concludes our coverage of tonight's debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump.
More coverage tomorrow morning on Today. We'll see you bright and early. I'm Savannah Guthrie, Lester Holt, Hallie Jackson, Kristen Walker. We're all here. Thanks for being with us.
Good night.
We're walking from here.
This is NBC News special coverage of the first presidential debate between President Trump who had a terrible economy and Vice President Kamala Harris.
What we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess.
The two candidates in person for the first time ever.
So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say you don't have to go back.
I created one of the greatest economics in the history of our country.
Historically so.
What she says is an absolute lie.
You're going to hear from the same old playbook.
The former president to bring back the White House.
I have no inflation. They have the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country.
The vice president, hoping to be the nation's first female president.
It's insulting to the women of America.
Each arguing the other is unfit to lead the country.
Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out.
Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window.
It is the biggest event yet of the 2024 election.
I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me.
Donald Trump was fired by 85 million people.
That's to determine who wins the White House in November. People want to take their country back.
I think the choice is clear.
I can't stay here. It's not safe.
But the spin move at the presidential debate in Philadelphia, top guys.
Go on ahead.
Studios in
I'm
New
being
York.
toward the station.
Hallie Jackson.
Hey, good evening. I'm Tom Yambas. Hallie will join us in just a moment as you're watching NBC News Now's live coverage of what could be the most consequential night of the 2024 presidential election. You see right there that historic handshake between Vice President Kamala Harris, here it is, and former President Trump. This is actually the first time the two of them ever met. Not just on the debate stage, but in person, period. And tempers ran hot tonight with personal attacks just minutes into the hour-and-a-half-long debate. Both sides trying to play to their strengths, like Vice President Harris hammering Mr. Trump on the Republican rights, his defense of Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe v. Wade, and what she called lies about abortion.
Nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not something that's insulting to the women of America.
The former president preferring to talk more about immigration, pushing the claims about Haitian migrants in Ohio, and accusing the vice president of allowing undocumented immigrants into the country.
And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
Fact-checking also becoming a big part of the night with the moderator stepping in to correct the record repeatedly, including one instance when the former president refused to back down from the false claim that he won the 2020 election. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short. Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge it at all. I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof.
Let's get right to my NBC News colleagues, Peter Alexander and Garrett Haig, out there in the spin room. Peter covers the Harris campaign, Garrett, the Trump campaign. And Garrett, I want to start with you. Tell me what you're hearing from inside the Trump campaign.
Inside the Trump campaign, they're very confident in how he performed tonight. They think this foreign policy segment was the strongest part of his performance tonight. If you go one layer out, though, the Republicans who advised this campaign, who are rooting for this campaign, they are frustrated. I've been talking to Republican operatives, including some folks who are involved in the debate preparation for this president, who don't feel like he took advantage of the opportunities that were presented to him. Now, granted, some of them were frustrated about the moderators, they were frustrated about the topics, they're frustrated that Kamala Harris, for example, didn't get asked a direct question about inflation, an issue that they think is one of their strongest issues, but they realized that their guy didn't take advantage of what he was trying to do. All day I was talking to these Trump folks who told me they wanted to make Kamala Harris own the most liberal past positions that she's taken. And really on the issue of fracking, did I feel like they were successful? Just wasn't able to tie her to the things they felt like they needed to tie her to that a clear win tonight. Are you getting a sense, because I'm getting a sense from the Republicans I'm talking to, it was a shift change when you compare it to the Atlanta debate. I mean, they were victorious, they were happy, they were congratulating each other. Here it's much different. There's frustration, there's anger, they're blaming moderators, and I think you're right with the outside layer, they're frustrated with the former president. Has the former president spoken out yet as opposed to get anything on Truth Social? So two things. One suggesting that it was a strong debate performance because it was 3-on-1, so his own complaint about the moderators. I expect we'll hear more of that. And he posted a meme of him with AI-generated cats, a nod to that line where he was arguing with the moderator about immigrants eating pets, which I think, just my own view, feels like somebody who's much more online than millions of viewers here tonight who are probably going to have no idea what he's even referencing. I think that is not the turf that a campaign that wants to be fighting for the middle of the media wants to be fighting. I should mention Senator J.D. Vance, the money man. He is somewhere here in the spin room. He's gathering with reporters. We'll bring you that sound as soon as we have it. I do want to ask you about that moment, though, when the moderators asked former President Trump about something J.D. Vance had said about vetoing a national abortion bill. Talk to you about that moment, because it seemed like the ticket was on the same page. This is really striking. Donald Trump has had over the course of his career every conceivable position on abortion. Where he's landed now is that he believes it's an issue for the states, and he's used that to avoid taking direct questions about what, if any, federal policy he would take. He has not answered directly about whether he would veto a national abortion ban. But when J.D. Vance was on Meet the Press, I guess 2 weeks ago now, Kristen Welker asked him about this, and he kind of took Trump's position to what a lot of people thought was the logical conclusion. If he doesn't support a ban, yes, I suppose he would veto it.
I know how to
Trump
take care of
wouldn't go
myself.
that far tonight. And Tom, that's the second time I could think of off the top of my head where Trump has distanced himself from a sort of Vance projection of a Trump position. Now on abortion, also on the child tax credit, where Vance has proposed a much more generous expansion of the child tax credit than Trump has. When you and your, ticket mate are not on the same page, that is a problem for a ticket. If J.D. Vance can't credibly speak for Donald Trump, what's he out there talking about?
Right. Garrett Haig, stand by for us. I know we have you reporting. We'll come back to you during this broadcast. I want to go to my friend Peter Alexander, who's out there in the middle of the spin room somewhere. Peter, give me a sense of what's happening inside the Harris Walls campaign right now, what they're telling you.
Why? Did you find something?
Yeah, Tom, let's walk through a series of items that have been breaking and developing as you two have been speaking right now. We'll start in order. First, we've heard from the communications director from Kamala Harris, a man by the name of Brian Fallon, who immediately after this debate wrapped up, posted on social media. That was fun. Let's do it again in October. Clearly a message being sent by the Harris campaign for the first time publicly that they would like there to be a second
Harris-Trump debate. We're waiting for any response from the Trump campaign.
You're ridiculous. You're going to need some
Listen, Claire. We hear about it. Separately, we are hearing from a senior Harris campaign official who is describing this in their words as just a plethora of, how do they say it specifically? They said basically that they had more to work with than they could have possibly imagined, that they had so much that they were hoping to amplify over the course of this night, and most notably, they focus on the topic of abortion. Specifically, it's on that issue, where according to Harris campaign's dial groups, they say they saw a dramatic gap, one of the biggest gaps they've ever seen, particularly from the voters, women in particular, who were focused on this, saying that they were satisfied, pleased, and supportive of the words they heard from Kamala Harris. It's a message you're going to hear going forward. And then most notably, and perhaps most importantly in terms of the potential influence it will have on those young voters and other voters, Taylor Swift, with 283 million followers on her Instagram account within the last 5 minutes, has just publicly come out in favor of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, saying that she will be voting for them. She said she came to this conclusion after she saw that there was an AI, an artificial intelligence, false account that suggested she would be supporting Donald Trump, and she said the best way to be transparent about her views was to make it very clear publicly where she stood on this issue. She says, I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. I'm voting for Kamala Harris, she added, because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. Just to put that into context here, remember only a matter of months ago when Joe Biden was the presidential nominee for the Democrats, there was a real concern among Democrats that they weren't getting the support within the young voter community, those first-time voters in many cases, that they weren't energized by a man who was already 81, who would be 86 at the end of a second term if he was to serve. Obviously, Kamala Harris tonight, as you heard, casting herself as a generational candidate. They feel strongly, and certainly with this endorsement from Taylor Swift tonight, that sends a very clear message, first from the debate and secondly from her social media, about the value that young people may find in a Harris presidency going forward. And finally, I'll just tell you based on the takeaway guidelines of the battles, the most frequent hearing from Democrats and Republicans, and that's one of the things that frustrated Republicans, frankly, and satisfied a lot of Democrats, Tom, was the sense that Kamala Harris was able to answer some questions, which is receiving some criticism. She did not say, which perhaps was stunning to critics, that America is better off now than it was 4 years ago. They do believe she succeeded in making this a referendum not so much about the Biden-Harris administration, but about Donald Trump himself. It's one place that we're hearing from a lot of Democrats so far tonight. Back to you. I'm hearing that as well. Before you go, Peter, I do want to ask you, can you get a sense yet if there will be a second debate, if Democrats will even want that, or is it one and done?
Yeah, Tom, no, just to the first point I was making, Brian Fallon, of course, the communications director, as we just indicated, he came out publicly immediately after this. He said that was fun. Let's do it again in October. He was the communications director for the Harris campaign. So it appears pretty clear that their message is we're glad to do this again. We're waiting for any reaction from the Trump campaign. They had said in the past, he had said publicly anytime, anywhere. That was focused on a Joe Biden debate. He has said publicly that he'd be glad to do other debates as well. He was pushing for a Fox News debate, but again, to be clear, at least to the best of my reporting right now, and I defer to colleagues if they've heard anything in the last 3 minutes, we have not yet heard from the Trump campaign in response to that.
All right, Peter Alexander, we appreciate all your reporting. Joining our special coverage now is Republican Senator Tom Cotton from Arkansas in the spin room here as a surrogate for the Trump campaign. Senator Cotton, thank you so much for joining us. Your thoughts first coming out of this debate.
Well, I thought this is a very good debate for President Trump. It laid out a clear contrast between not empty promises or slogans or predictions about what these candidates would do, but their clear records. It's a very unusual presidential election. President Trump has been in office before, first time in 100 years it's happened. We know what what kind of president President Trump would be. He'd want peace, prosperity, and stability around the world. Under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we have record high inflation, wages are stagnant, the border is wide open, and we have real conflict all around the world. So no matter what you heard from Kamala Harris tonight, there's a clear record here to compare with President Trump's record.
Before President Trump said that, the problem was it was in the last 2 minutes of this debate. Do you think the vice president was successful in making this debate about Donald Trump and not about Biden-Harris? No, I think she was successful in hiding her own liberal record to the best of her ability. President Trump did a good job of calling it out, though, not only in his closing statement, but throughout the debate, pointing out, for instance, that she does in fact support a ban on fracking. She supports a ban on gas-powered cars. She does want to confiscate private firearms. She wants to decriminalize illegal immigration. And as we just learned this week, she wants to use taxpayer dollars to pay for gender transition surgery for illegal immigrants in detention centers in America. Those are all records she's taken. Not as a young woman in college or in a TV interview, kind of in a live setting where people can put a foot wrong, as you know, Tom. Those are her considered deliberate positions that she took when she was running for president in her own right, when she was serving the United States Senate. And she said that she's changed on some of those positions. Well, they're saying evolved, and you guys say, but I get it. But I'm trying to go on the record that she's changed on some of those positions. I don't say she's flip-flopped. She's lying. Bernie Sanders on your network said this weekend that she hasn't changed her positions. She's saying what she thinks she needs to get elected, right? That she's still progressive. I do want to ask you, why do you think Republicans, at least the ones that I'm talking to that are strategists, voters, were frustrated with this debate? It was a much different vibe coming out of that Atlanta debate. What was different about this one? Why are you guys frustrated? Come on, the Atlanta debate was historic. I mean, President Trump ended his opponent's presidential campaign. I don't think you would expect that to happen again. Right. But I think there's real frustration with some Republicans. He did a great job tonight. I thought in some ways it was 3-on-1. You know, all the fact checks that President Trump got, and they never fact checked Kamala Harris. You know, she claimed that she doesn't support abortion in months 7, 8, 3 to 9 of pregnancy, when in fact she voted to do that in the U.S. Senate. They didn't. I gotta say, she didn't stand out to two journalists, right? I mean, even though you guys, I thought that a lot of these were there, and he did. I thought he did a good job in what was ineffective 3-on-1 debate. But Kamala Harris, you think she was done prepared? No, not at all. You can't, I mean, how can you be prepared to defend a ban on fracking, especially in Pennsylvania, to defend a ban on the sale of new gas-powered cars? These are her positions. This is what she supported as vice president, and as a senator, and as a soft-on-crime attorney general. Before we go, do you think there's another presidential debate? I don't know. I mean, President Trump proposed several other debates. Kamala Harris refused to take him up on it. I think if we had another debate, you'd see more of what you saw tonight, which is a clear contrast in these records. But I'll leave that to President Trump. We spoke to a bunch of undecided voters that were watching this debate. They say after this debate, they're still undecided. So we'll have to wait until we have another debate. Senator, we thank you for your time. We appreciate that. I want to send it back to Hallie Jackson for coverage right now.
Tom Young's there in the very busy, very active spin room. Tom, thank you very much. Let me bring it back to the folks here at the table for us. Moderator, Feed the Press, Kristen Walker, our national political reporter, and big board icon, Steve Kornacki, our chief political analyst, Chuck Todd, is with us as well.
Get yourself to
Kristen, let me go to you. Right now, from the folks that there's reporters on the ground there. We've seen that Taylor Swift endorsement. Give us a sense of what things look like tomorrow morning, right? We're going to wake up. There's going to be a news cycle. What does that look like? Look, I think that Vice President Kamala Harris is going to feel emboldened after tonight. We've reported a lot about all of her preparations, her strategy to get under former President Trump's skin. She clearly did that on a range of issues on abortion. January 6th, his crowd sizes. She brought up John McCain at the end. At the same time, while you have Trump allies saying, look, he was on the defensive way too much tonight. You also have some Harris allies saying she needs to now flesh out her economic proposals and answer that question that was left unanswered at the top of the debate about why people should feel better now than they did 4 years ago, and what she's going to do in the future to make people feel better about the high price of groceries. For example, how she's going to bring that down. You did hear her lay out some of her policies. I don't want to say that she didn't at all, but that is the number one issue for voters. Right now, Trump beats her. She's catching up to him on that issue, but her allies believe she should be hammering those points over and over again, that basically today and this evening and the debate was the start to what now she should take the momentum and move forward. Okay, so Kristen, you're talking economy. Chuck, let me come to you because reproductive rights is an issue where Kamala Harris sees a political vulnerability and the potential liability with Donald Trump here. That came up tonight as an issue where she outpolls him. I'm curious how you see that framing, considering that is something that campaign officials, as you heard from the on the Harris side, seems one of her strongest moments. And I got to tell you something, on this issue of sort of baiting. Well, let me start there. Let me start on reproductive rights, and I'll come back to Harris.
Okay, well, let me just stick to that issue for a second.
Here's all I kept thinking about when she was talking very specifically about a woman sitting in the parking lot, potentially bleeding out because she wasn't going to get care because there was concern about the law. You know who wouldn't have made that rebuttal on that issue? Joe Biden. And it was so striking to me. Joe Biden could barely talk about the issue. It was really one of the biggest weaknesses of the campaign he was running is his inability, whatever it is, his own, I think he was caught up in his own political positions, his own religious beliefs on this. Frankly, 40 years of talking about abortion one way and then suddenly the conversation had changed and he didn't really evolve or modernize with it. That is what sort of struck me. Like here was an issue that is suddenly, I think the contrast is much clearer between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump than it was between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Everything else, you wouldn't have had that kind of clear contrast. But on that issue, more than any other, that was something you never would have seen from Joe Biden, no matter which version of Joe Biden you got, 2016, 2020, or the one we saw last year.
I'm going to call a quick timeout for just a second because, as we all know, spin rooms move fast. Things go quickly. I know that somebody has just sat down, I think, next to Tom back in Philadelphia. So, Tom, let me turn it over to you for just a second, and then we'll come back and chat.
All right, Hallie, thank you for that. Yeah, joining us now, California Governor Gavin Newsom, a surrogate, of course, for the Harris-Walz team. So, Governor, your thoughts on this debate coming out of it?
If this was a prize fight, they would have had a TKO against Trump in the second round. It was an extraordinary performance from the get-go. She had the decency to go up and shake his hand, introduce herself as Kamala Harris, and she commanded the stage from the moment that debate began. I thought she did excellent.
Let's talk about debate strategy because she made a debate about Donald Trump, not about the Biden-Harris administration. Why was that a positive?
Well, I thought she not only made the case against Donald Trump, she also prosecuted the case for the future. She kept looking in the camera, talking about you, talking about me, talking about the issues that matter to the American people, on affordability, on housing, on child care. She was consistent in painting not only a picture of the current administration in the context of the accomplishments of Biden-Harris, but the pivot to a framework of a compelling future about the next 4 years. But at the end of the day is what this election is.
Right, but she was so discipline's the word. Every time she was asked a question, she'd almost answer it first about Trump and then maybe go into her response. And if you're looking for policy, you didn't get a whole lot of policy, to be quite fair. I mean, you got some of it towards the second hour, but this was a lot about the Trump administration.
Or you got contrast. I mean, Chuck was absolutely right. It wasn't a criticism Chuck, I think, was making about President Biden and their issue of abortion. It was a compliment to Vice President Harris, her ability to bring you into the story, to tell the story, to humanize an issue. She did it across the spectrum of issues. She was on the defensive from day one. She won the debate, and the purpose tonight is to win the debate, to show she's a commander-in-chief, to show she has character and temperance, to show that she can take on a bully like Donald Trump and put him on the defense so she can take on the dictators around the rest of the globe and lead this nation. I think she did it. And she also did this. She talked about all of us, not just some of us. I thought the best parts of the debate were at the end when she was talking about the issues of race and talking about moving away from divisiveness and talking down to people, past people, and the fact that we're all in this together, we're all better off, we're all better off. It was a fantastic night.
Do you think there's another debate if you were advising the Harris campaign? Would you tell them to have another debate when he gets one and done? You think that you?
Well, absolutely. We talked about a couple debates. He said anytime, anywhere, tough guy. Anytime, anywhere. By the way, that was weakness. Weakness, not even masquerading as a strength. I usually compliment weakness masquerading as strength. He was weak across the board. I would love to see him.
You think he'd be good for the Harris game? I can obviously be good for the American people, but you think he'd be good for Harris?
What you just said, I don't want to be flippant about that. Good for the American people, good for democracy, good for freedom, good for the rule of law, good for not only this country, but the world we're trying to build. Absolutely good for Kamala Harris.
Do you think the Democratic Party and her handlers, her campaign, maybe loosen the reins a little bit in the sense that maybe she does town halls where she's actually talking to voters, maybe she does some more sit-down interviews? I mean, were Democrats nervous about her, and now has she set the expectations?
Well, maybe someone, not me. Yeah, that's a comment. See, forgive me, that's a reveal to the extent people are surprised. There's something we've known about for decades in California. I've watched that Kamala Harris for years and years and years. So in so many ways, past was reflected in the present. And the good news, I know this about her, she keeps getting better and better and better. So to your question about getting out there even more, absolutely, you're going to see it. And I'm absolutely confident she'll provide more opportunities in that respect.
Do you know a lot about politics? How impactful, or will it not matter at all, is the Taylor Swift endorsement?
I mean, very significant. For no other reason, there's an energy and pride that comes with that. There's an energy of youth, a quality of imagination. Trust me, it's reflected in my 4 children, all of them under the age of 14. They seem to know more about everything going on in Taylor Swift's life than anything else. I guarantee it. Within the next 24 hours, they're less likely to be talking about this interview, respectfully with us, with their dad, and more about Taylor Swift's endorsement. So, and the way she did around this cat lady thing and the pejoratives and the way women have been treated in this country, the way women have been treated in this country, that I think also is profoundly significant.
California Governor Gavin Newsom. Governor, we thank you for your time. Hallie, you can kind of see and feel the vibe there from the California governor that the Democrats feel tonight after this debate.
Obviously, they're really jubilant from that. I think people understand there's still a long way to go before Election Day. We'll bring back Chuck, Kristen, and Steve Kornacki here. Kornacki, let me get to you, because the macro question, the meta question, do debates matter? Do they need to be in a race this close? And you've been saying it, competitive as heck right now. How does this play out with the election?
Yes, and this is what I myself think. You see how jazz Democrats are. There's certainly some things that I think Trump's going to take some heat for in the coming days. I want to see what the polls look like just in terms of who won the debate, but I am reminded that in 4 of his previous general election debates, Donald Trump was clobbered in the public opinion polls after those debates. I'm just looking here. These are some of the post-debate margins. He lost by 35 points the first debate in one of the polls in 2016, 23 points, 21 points, 25 points to Joe Biden in the first debate in 2020. And look at those 2016 numbers. Of course, you remember when he won the election, but one of the dynamics of that election was he'd have those moments where he would take a hit in the polls. Access Hollywood is one of the ultimate examples here. And it would take about a week's time for everything to cycle back to baseline. So as we absorb the debate, see what those polls say, see what the coverage looks like in the next few days. But I keep that in mind as a possibility. Are we looking up in a week and saying, well, the polls haven't changed that much now? The way of turning that around and saying, could it be different this time would simply be think back to 2016. Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump's opponent, was an extremely familiar political commodity to people. She'd been on the center stage of American politics for a generation. Joe Biden had been the vice president when he's running a 2-term vice president in 2020. Here's Kamala Harris. We talked about this more than a quarter of voters the other day said they needed to know more about her. So is there room for her if, again, the post-debate polls break in her favor, if Trump's taking some here, is there room for her to capitalize in ways that weren't necessary for Clinton or even Biden? That's what I'm looking to see.
Kristen, I want to go to you here. As we talk numbers, I want to be flip about this, but I also don't want to be like too above the thing that is going to be the pop culture moment coming out of tonight, which is of course Taylor Swift. You know, talk about listen, what is her impact when she posted to Instagram for people to get involved to register to vote? 35,000 registrations on vote.org after that. I mean, she's got a platform, she's got an audience, she's got a loyal audience who often listens to what she has to say. I don't know. Again,
hopefully you'll get to see her.
We're not too we're up to people here. We can talk about it, but it's a really important point because young voters were. And I'm sorry to interrupt you. Donald Trump is walking into the spin room here, which is a very interesting moment, very unusual. You know, the adage, you see a candidate in spin when they feel like they need to be spinning. Let's listen in for just a second here. I think Garrett Hake is there. I'm not sure if his camera is plugged in and ready to go yet, but let's listen in this impromptu news conference.
When he first walked into the room. It's going to be his best debate ever.
Showing how weak they are, how pathetic they are, and what they're doing to destroy our country on the border, with foreign trade, with everything. And I think it was the best best debate I've ever personally
Are you sure this is the way?
We're getting calls
This
of
is how my
children
mom took me
2 to
last night.
6, 88 to 11. We're having a lot of great
Oh no, that was after the debate. Okay.
You see the calls. A very important debate. Now she wants to do another one because she got people tonight, but I don't know.
Can't be serious.
On the ground.
The polls are indicating that we got 90%, 60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%. So the polls are very good, but beyond the polls, I felt really bad. A good time doing it.
Tie her up now,
I hate to
or
speak
she
about our
dies.
country so negatively, but that's what happened. They ruined our country. They destroyed our country. So I hope you're all having a good time. But it was a very interesting.
So if you're so confident you won tonight, why are you here? Why not let the performance speak for itself?
Well, I think it did, but people said when I come here, I made an obligation to a couple of people. I'm going to do this show. But it was I thought it was a great night.
Get over it. What's your name? What's your fucking name? Come with me now. Say goodbye to Claire.
Okay, I'll go.
The moderators were very unfair, but they basically was 3-on-1.
Absolutely.
Very unfair. Everybody did. Despite that, they're saying that.
Stop hurting her, please.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
Stop. Let me go. Let me go.
Obviously, nobody taught you manners. Don't fix that.
Come get you, fucker.
Well, she wants a second debate because she lost tonight very badly. So they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So we'll, think about that. But she immediately called for a second. We're looking at polls. The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see. 71% to like 24 or 25. Every poll shows they lost. Thank you. I love this guy. You said you did
Listen, folks, if you can't tell by the hard-to-hear audio and the shaky camera angles, this was not an expected or planned appearance by former President Trump in that spin room in Philadelphia. He simply showed up. You heard him talk about that. He walked in front of where a number of reporters gathered, including our Garrett Hayes. He's walking back over now, a little closer to the microphones, it seems. Let's listen back in for just a sec, see if that's any better.
Vice President, he's, office of the Vice President, certainly, take a look at it. She was terrible with respect to the president. She's trying to get herself away from Biden, and she wasn't able to do that tonight. I think it was a big thing. They wanted to disassociate with Biden, and they weren't able to do it.
Must see where that guy came from. Jesus, damn it! Okay, better move it. I'm sorry.
So let's try that conversation. And I want to try to, show us something. I'm not surprised.
That worked.
It's sort of a pattern.
Hello?
Good to see you again, Claire. We've got unfinished business.
Where's that?
In the neighborhood. Find it.
Sherry all right?
For now.
I swear, you bastard, if you hurt her.
Stupid kid. If you just hadn't dropped that fucking bullet, I'd let you go.
Don't worry, Sherry. It'll be over soon.
There has to be a way out of here.
Oh gosh, if I can tell you everything, Ellie, it's take me forever. So, but I will tell you.
That must be the door out of here. Oh no, it's him.
Where you going, Sherry? I told you to stay put. You need to learn to listen.
Leave me alone. Just please.
Time to teach some manners. You're gonna pay for this. You little shit. You are gonna be so fucking sorry.
Go away! Help! Somebody, please!
You stupid bitch! That's a dead end!
She countered what he had to say without to something down.
It's all over now! Doors locked! Where are you? Show yourself! I know you're in here! The longer it takes me to find you, the worse it's gonna be!
I don't believe a lot of what Andrew, I haven't told this what else happened.
Bitch has got gotta be here somewhere. God damn it!
Was there anything in there about the interior that maybe I should let you know? From 2016, you've all read it. I think Trump
This is your last fucking chance! Show yourself! Now! Oh, fuck! It burns! Fuck is my key? I see you. I'm coming in, Sherry! Get over here, bitch! The game is over. Now you're in trouble.
Let me go!
policies.
30 minutes earlier.
Good to see you again, Claire. We've got unfinished business.
What are you talking about?
Don't waste my fucking time! Bring me the pendant, or Sherry dies.
Pendant? What do you need it for?
Do you want the girl to die?
No.
Fine. Where are you?
The orphanage.
The orphanage? Where is that?
In the neighborhood. You'll find it.
Is Sherry all right?
For now.
I swear, you bastard, if you hurt her... Are you serious? Damn it! Just you wait, asshole! like the only way forward. Gotta be the orphanage. Hello? I have the pendant!
Your fault!
What?
Took too long!
What happened? Oh god. Get off me! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Sherry! Where are you? Claire! Sherry? I'll be right there! Go, go, go! Claire! It's behind you! Don't stop! Hurry! Keep going. Sherry, come on. What'd you say?
Are you all right? Can you hear me? I guess it could. Claire? Claire, you have to get up. He's going to get us. Wake up! Wake up!
Wake up. Wake up. Open your eyes. Hold still. Not infected. Sherry? Where's Sherry? Sherry's fine. Do you know Sherry? It's an impressive display of strength. What happened to her? We have to assess the situation. Who are you? I'm Claire. Where is she? Hello? What? Annette, tell me, what happened to William?
I don't know. Who's that?
Creature responsible for this.
Can you help me find Sherry?
Seems to be evolving much faster than expected.
Where are you going?
Look, I don't have time to play 20 questions. Everything's under control.
I need to find Sherry.
My daughter is not your concern.
Sherry? Can you hear me? Now I'm gonna smell like shit. Literally. Cable car. Here? What is this? Sherry?
Why didn't you stay in the house? It was safe there.
Hey, Sherry!
I was scared. Those things were everywhere, and...
You should have called the police. That's what we taught you.
I did, but nobody came, and you didn't answer your phone, so...
Sherry, I don't have time for this.
Oh no. Sherry! Sherry, I'm coming! Hold on, Sherry. I'll be right there.
It's creepy. Oh, Jesus. They're everywhere.
Just a moment. The illegal immigrants coming in. Can't even speak English. And that's why they're checking also because of
All right, Sherry. On my way. Known you wouldn't die. sorry, Sherry. This is taking forever.
Sherry, can you hear me?
Sherry? Claire? Sherry, are you all right?
What are you doing?
I'm here to help. Sherry's been implanted. She can't be saved.
Are you fucking kidding me? You're her mother. Get in here! You don't understand. William is still out there, and if I don't stop him, this conversation is over.
Wait!
Wait! I can treat her. In my lab. It's not far away.
There's not enough time. Millions of lives at stake. Sherry, Mommy loves you, sweetie. Goodbye.
Are you fucking kidding me? Sherry, don't worry. I will get you whatever you need, okay? Oh, why are you doing this? Because I care. Thank you, Claire.
Ned said her lab's not far. Wait, that cable car.
Satisfied.
Hold on, Sherry. You're gonna be fine. Almost there, Sherry. We're almost there. Good. The cable car. Here. Okay. Here you go. Just hold on, Sherry, okay? You're gonna be just fine. Okay. Better check everything. There's no turning back.
This tram is bound for Nest. Do not exit until the final destination.
Hey. Are you okay?
Your jacket's so warm.
My brother gave it to me. You know it's supposed to be lucky.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Are you kidding me? You were doing just fine without me, until I came along and got you all sorts of trouble. I have something of yours.
I don't want it.
Really? Why not? It's so pretty.
It's from my mom. For my birthday last year. All I really wanted was for her to be home more.
I know it seems like your mom doesn't care, but... Hey, Sherry, come here. Hey,
Hang in there, okay?
Now, arriving at Nest.
It's okay. I've got you. Come on. I'm getting you treatment. Just hold on, Sherry. It's okay.
For your safety, stand clear until the doors are fully open. For your safety, stand clear until the doors are fully open. For your safety, stand clear until the doors. Welcome to Nest. Enjoy your visit.
Okay. Here we go. All right. Now what? Huh. There's gotta be something here. Antiviral agent. That's it. That's gotta be it. Hey, Sherry. I gotta go. You stay right here, though, okay? I'll be back soon. I promise.
Our menu is designed for your nutritional needs using our latest biological research. Please enjoy our tasty selection of healthy foods. Dr. Lee, your presence is urgently requested by Chief Cartwright in the East area. Dispensing solution now. Manual mode, engage. Adjust amount of solution to match cartridge capacity.
Stick to that issue.
Welcome back, Dr. Lee. You have 5 new messages.
Whew. Damn. Should have packed my...
Cooling sequence in progress. Complete.
Story that tells a story to humanize the issues across the spectrum.
Dispensing solution now.
So much for the weed infestation.
Warning. You have dispersed a dangerous solution without authorization. Your actions have been logged, and you may be subject to disciplinary measures.
Find that antiviral agents. Damn it. Oh, look at that. All right. Hell yeah. Got it. Oh, thank God. The antiviral agent. Gotta get back to Sherry. Your ass again. William! This ends now. What the hell is this thing?
That was my husband.
She is my creation! Oh!
William! I should have killed him while I had the chance. I don't know why, I just couldn't do it.
He was your husband.
Honestly, we were more married to Margaret than each other.
What about Sherry? Why don't you just leave her all alone while Raccoon City burned to hell?
I couldn't let my daughter grow up in a world with a G-virus in it.
But that's no excuse for... I got this.
Sorry.
No. I got this. You should take care of Sherry.
You don't know what you're up against.
I have a pretty damn good idea.
Whatever you do, don't stop until it's finished.
Trust me. This ends now.
Target has been neutralized. Ending quarantine.
Gotta get back to Sherry.
My mom needs help.
Sherry. How are you?
Okay. But you don't look so good. Mommy?
Look at the screen.
So Sherry's gonna be all right.
For a little while. Yes. She's free of the G virus.
Did you hear that?
What happened to her?
She was attacked by the monsters.
Don't
worry about me. Take my daughter to safety. I'm sorry, Sherry. Everything. Your life is what is it?
We can't just leave her here.
You're right, we can't.
Attention. Unauthorized removal of a level 4 virus detected.
What does that mean?
It's a self-destruct code. In case the G virus leaves the building. Please. Save my daughter.
No!
Sherry? Sherry, just say goodbye to your mom. Mom, please say goodbye. Please, Sherry. Listen. She loved you, okay? You really gotta get going. Come on.
You were right about this jacket. I'm so lucky to have you.
We'll talk more about that later. We gotta hurry now. Come on. Sherry, can you walk faster?
Yeah.
I don't want to rush you. We have to go.
Use the central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform. Attention. Self-destruct sequence initiated.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Use the central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform. Attention. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Use the central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform. Attention. Self-destruct sequence
Thank you for being so nice to me. For helping me. I'm really glad I met you.
I'm really glad I met you too, Sherry. But save your thanks until I get you out of this place.
Attention. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Use the central elevator to evacuate to the bottom level train platform. Attention. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Use the central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform. Attention. Self-destruct sequence initiated. 10 minutes until detonation. To the bottom level train platform.
Sherry, run!
Self-destruct sequence initiated.
Of course. The stupid thing's locked.
Hold on.
Sherry, where do you...
I think I can open it from the other side.
Until detonation. Use the central elevator to the bottom level train platform.
I got it!
Huh. Nice work, Sherry. Sherry, you hanging in there?
I'm right behind you.
Atta girl. I think we're almost out of here. Worth a try.
What are you doing?
I gotta get this train moving. I need you to stay right here, okay?
Okay. I promise I won't move.
Good.
Be careful.
Always.
Eight minutes until detonation.
Something. Okay. Alright, it's working.
Claire!
What? Leon? You're down here too?
Yeah. But the whole place is coming down. Look, you need to get out. Fast.
I know. I found a way out. I think we can all make it. Where are you now?
Claire, are you still there?
Leon? I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Don't worry about me. Just get out of here.
Leon! Leon! Damn! We're getting out of here. So what's the first thing you want to do when we get out of here?
I want to see where you live.
Good. I take a shower.
Yeah.
Really? That bad? Oh yeah.
Claire!
Leon! It's so good to see you.
I told you we'd make it, didn't I?
You did.
Oh.
Oh gosh, if I can tell you everything.